Good evening, class.
Hey, Miss Doya.
Oh, I have the volume off. Okay, good evening, class. How you guys doing? How was your weekend?
Hey, my weekend was good. I had a good weekend. How about you?
Oh, not bad. I
Okay.
didn't do anything in particular, but it was good. I was home, getting some rest, keeping up with some stuff. But that's what the weekends are for sometimes. And it's getting cold. So, yeah, waiting to get this class over so I can go on vacation. That's basically what it is. Okay, so let's continue with these interpersonal skills. I believe that we are wrapping up with the interpersonal skills. Now we're entering the human behavior. So let's do that. Any questions, anyone, about anything? Okay. So we talk about this battery. Okay, let's do a little recap of what the class was all about because there are some things right here that I really, really want you to know for exam purposes. We are going to go over this during law and ethics, but I just want to make sure that you have this for the exam. Remember, battery and assault. So we tend to mix these definitions, these terms. So whenever I ask my students, what is an assault? Oh, somebody just hit me with something. Somebody just screamed at me and cursed at me. Well, yes and no. Remember, assault is just the second example that I gave you, which is a threat. When somebody threat us, trying to do something to us, that means it's a threat, but it's not actually a physical encounter. Remember, if you scream at me, you calling me names, you bullying me, you offending me, doing something without physical touch, then it's called an assault. If you beat me with something, whether with your arms, with your legs, we throw me something, you shot me, you stabbed me, you just touch me without my permission, that is called battery. Remember, battery is the non-consensual touch. That's where people get into trouble. So we're talking about our workplace. In our workplace, we have to ask permission, consent before we do a procedure that requires touching the patient. So that's very important because you're going to have questions over there. So the medical assistant grabs the patient hand or touch the patient, helping them to undress without their permission. That is called battery, remember. You actually doing something without the patient's permission. So touching the patient, touching someone without that person consent means battery. If a patient comes angry to your office, it is standing right in the waiting area in front of the counter and tell you, hey, I'm gonna wait for you outside and I'm gonna beat you up. That is a threat. You're not actually doing it. You are threatening me. That's called an assault. Now, if you tell the patient, okay, if you don't let me draw your blood, then we're not going to see you here again. I'm going to tell the doctor to dismiss you. That is a threat. That is called assault. So we cannot tell the patient anything just to, make them feel like they're gonna do things with us. So make them think, okay, you should do this. If you don't do this, you're gonna be punished. So that is an assault. Now you get into an altercation with the patient, that's an assault, without actually physically touching the person. Remember, if you touch patient without the patient consent, because those are the questions. You enter the room to draw blood. You kind of reach to the patient's arm and start doing things and put a needle inside without without asking permission, consent to the patient. That is called battery. Remember, it's called battery. It's not malpractice. It's battery. They're gonna give you answers like malpractice. Malpractice is not that. Malpractice is something else. We will discuss that when we get into law and ethics. Remember, touching the patient without the patient consent is called battery. Just threatening the patient, that is called assault. In most of the cases, the person who assaults someone might be, if I'm accusing someone of battery, usually accuse the person of assault as well, because you assault the person first and then you commit the physical. I'm talking about outside or inside if you fight with your patients, if you physically harm them. Because first get into the argument, the altercation, and then physically involved. So that will be assault and battery. But if it is only one, just threatening the patient, it's called, once again, it can be anyone. If you just threaten someone, it's called assault. If you are physically harming someone, that is called battery. So just make sure that you keep that in mind, because those are questions for exam. Okay, so we went through all this. Let's go to, we were here paraphrasing. Paraphrasing is another question for exam. So when the patient doesn't understand you, when you're explaining something and you ask the patient, do you understand, Mr. and Mrs. Smith? And they just nod, but you feel like they didn't get it. Or when you ask them to repeat back to you what was being said by you. Okay, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, I just gave you some instructions on how to take the medication. Can we go over that again? Can you repeat what you understood to make sure that you actually know what to do when you get home? And the patient kind of give you half of the information or says, oh, by the way, I read it at home. Sometimes they feel embarrassed to tell you that they didn't understand what you were saying after you have repeated like more than once. So remember, regardless of verbally explaining the patient instructions and giving them written instructions in the language that they speak, still we got to make sure that we get feedback from the patients, meaning we ask them to repeat things. And if they don't get it, we have to use other words. Remember, that's paraphrasing. Using different words that means the same. Probably the patient don't understand the words that you're saying. So we're going to find a way to convey that information to the patient, to deliver that information. So we got to make sure that before the patient leaves the office, they know exactly what is it that they are going to do. Because remember, I mentioned it last time, they are going to be calling the office to ask for it again. Oh, I'm sorry, I was there last week. I'm supposed to do this particular test, but I don't know how to do it. Well, you're gonna probably get upset because you spend some time. Probably if you're the person, if you're not the person who gave the guidance, the explanations to this person, then it says, oh, okay, let me see, let me look for the person that was talking to you, because you don't know exactly what procedure was all about. So you might want the same person that spoke to you, and now you're gonna get a little frustrated because the patient is gonna start calling every single time. Oh, I forgot. What else do I have to do? And I have to do this, by the way. And then you start really, really getting upset, pissed off. So we don't want that. So we don't make sure that when the patient leaves the office, they understand what is it that they have to do. This happens a lot. This happens with referrals. We tell them that they have to go to this place. We call, we do the appointment for them. And then see, they have to do some preparations. They're still going to call you and ask, oh, where's the place again? Where do I have to go? You give me a paper, but I don't know where I place it. And what is the address? And then they call, what is this for? Did I have to prepare myself prior? Oh, I didn't do it. So this is going to cause lots of troubles to you, to the office, and to the patient. So remember, communication, but it's not just talking, it's, a communication that is being delivered correctly, appropriately. So that's basically what it is. Let's move on. Any questions about that? So remember, paraphrasing. So if you have a question when they ask you, okay, you're talking to the patient, you're giving instructions, what is the best way to make sure that the patient actually understood what you were saying? So then you ask for feedback, number one, which is, asking the patient to repeat back whatever you have said. And if they didn't get it, instead of telling the patient, oh, wow, I've been explaining like 10 times already. How can you not get it? Remember, these are not your kids, so you're going to talk to them like adults. Patients have different issues. They are very apprehensive about conditions, so don't treat them as if they were your kids. So you don't talk to them like that. So you paraphrase. So that's basically what it is. So paraphrasing is a common question in exam. Battery, very common question in exam. Okay, other things that you need to do when you are interviewing your patients. If you're going to get more information about what's the issue with the patient, what is the reason that the patient is there, or to get more details about something, you have to ask open-ended questions. See, we have open-ended questions and we have close-ended questions. Close-ended questions means yes or no. You're just going to say yes, no, sure, okay, I know it. That's not giving me any details. So when you want more information, more details, you have to ask open-ended questions. That's basically what it is. So there are questions in your exam that they're gonna ask you. Which of the following is a open-ended question? Which of the following is a close-ended question? So remember, close means just yes or no. Agreeing with something, you're not giving me details. Did you go to the school? Yes. How was your day? Good. What is your phone number? Oh, 555-666. Oh, well, not telling me much. Very straightforward, very short, brief answer. And the question, open-ended questions means give me more details. So I have examples right here. Can you explain what the pain feels like? So then the patient start going around telling you, oh, I have a pain right here. It feels like sharp pain. It's like a dull pain. It's like a burning pain. So we have to kind of also help the patient when they explain it to you. So remember, pain is not just pain. How bad is the pain? In scale 1 to 10, now is adding more. It's not just close. It is adding more to the questioning after the patient describes the pain. For how long has been going on that pain? Have you taken anything to relieve that pain? Have you had this pain before? See, a lot of stuff going on. It's not just yes and no. That's basically what it is. Let's say when the patient comes into the office, what brings you here today? What seems to be the problem? So they start talking. Oh, I have this issue. I need this, or I want to discuss this with the doctor. I'm feeling this way, or I have this right here in my arm, my leg, in my stomach, in my back. So you present it with something and you start kind of describing that. That is an open-ended question. So we have to give the chance to the patient to talk. Remember, we talked about that before. We do not interrupt the patient. If the patient starts talking, we need to get a clear picture of what's going on. See, when did you first notice these symptoms? Oh, it was like 2 weeks ago. I was doing this and something suddenly I felt this, and since then I have this pain. Is this a continuous pain? Is an intermittent pain? Oh yeah. It comes and goes. So again, we have to go a little deeper into what is going on with the patient. What are you usually doing when you have the symptoms? I already mentioned it. Oh, I was watering the plants. I was lifting something. So then we have an idea of what triggers the pain. Now, is that you are going to be asking all these questions? Probably not. But when you are in the waiting area, when you are behind the counter, at the reception area, well, you have to ask some questions. And sometimes you want to have a little more details because remember, you have to do triage, meaning you have to sort out the most serious conditions versus whatever is not serious. You might talk to the doctor about something that you notice that is not right with the patient, that the patient might go into a very serious complication. And that's what we ask. Oh, I'm having chest pain. Okay, have a seat right there. When the doctor gets available, he's going to call you. When your turn comes, then no, it doesn't work that way. There are certain things that requires more details, more information. It might be something serious. So we ask more questions. What do you think is causing the symptoms? That's another question that you ask. Now, once again, this is just samples for you to understand the type of questions that are open-ended questions. Now, are you going to be asking all of these all the time? Probably not. But you need to know what is an open-ended and what is a closed-ended questions. So that's basically what it is, for you to have an idea. When I want more information about something, that is an open-ended question. If it is just simple, yes or no. Did you eat? Have you eaten today? Oh, yes, I have. So things like that are very, very not giving me much, just one thing. It's very straightforward. The other one needs more details. So that's basically what it is. So keep it in mind, very important statements for exams. And for you to understand when you have to ask the patient more details about something, about condition. It's like somebody asks you, okay, so during your interview, those are open-ended questions. Some of them, do you go to college? Yes. Have you worked before? Yes. No, that's not what we need to know. It's written right there in your resume. Okay, tell me about your last job. So that's basically what is it that you were doing? What were your job description? Can you explain it to me? Have you done this? How you could do this if you are asked to do it? So usually it is a combination of things. We ask for things that are, close-ended because it's just that what we need. But sometimes we require more than that, which is open-ended questions. So we need to know. And now when you've been asked, don't go overboard. Be specific. Go to the point. Because if you start talking too much, then you probably gonna make mistakes. Remember, sometimes when we talk too much, we reveal things that we weren't supposed to be revealing, and then that is gonna cause the interviewer to ask another question and another question based on that. And then probably you're gonna be caught sometimes, trying to make up something, trying to fix something because it doesn't match. Remember, the interviewer is not nervous, you are. The patient is just confused about a lot of stuff. And they just talk, and they think that one condition is related to the other, and one medication that was done for this condition, it is for all of them. If one medication is not working, they say that all the medications are not working, that they're not feeling good. So we're going to try to make sure that we specifically address those points. We don't want general information. But this is more likely the job of the medical doctor that is trying to get a diagnosis. But for you, it's very important that you understand the type of questions that you can ask. So just in case these are, happens to be on your exam or someone asks you something that they want to know more details, you know exactly what is it that they're talking about. I'm now not saying that you don't know this, but sometimes, we kind of dismiss certain things. It's very important that you keep it in mind. Any questions about open-ended questions or close-ended questions? Not difficult, but keep it in mind. Observing carefully. Now, remember, I've been talking about this from day one. You always check your patients from the moment that they arrive. If you have the chance, follow them. That's what you have to keep. Eye contact. If you don't keep eye contact on your patient, you're not gonna know what's going on. If I'm busy doing something else and the patient is talking to me and I'm not seeing facial expressions, remember, body language, I'm not be able to understand what's really going on. So there are many signs, facial expressions, particularly body language, that can tell us a lot of stuff when the patient comes into the office. Just walking outside, just walking on the streets. When you see someone, particularly, I'm very aware of what's going on. I check around, I see people. And if I see someone like, carelessly doing something, I'm going to keep myself away from. I turn around, I look around. It's like traffic. You have to pay attention what's going on in your surroundings. So if you don't pay attention to these facial body language expressions, then you're going to be missing a lot. Remember that I told you guys that when a patient comes to my office, if the door is open, they just come in. But if the door is closed, right, and my office, the exam room, where the patient has to come in and be examined or be interviewed, or they're just gonna talk about what's going on with them. They knock the door and then they enter. I see them. I look at them. I'm not just busy there pretending to do something or cut up, finishing up in the computer with other materials from previous patients. No, I'm going to focus on that particular person right now because I can see right there observing the patient. What is it that I'm going to encounter today? Remember, we can see someone who is angry, someone who is just stopping by to get something, but no worries. Someone might be crying. Someone might be very quiet, don't want to say anything. Somebody's leaning forward, like they are in pain of something, that they really feel bad. They are pale. They are loud. But if I'm not actually observing these people, I'm not gonna see what's going on. They can actually hit me, and it's gonna be too late when I react. So once again, and keep the proxemics. Remember the spatial space, the space. Don't get too close to the patients, particularly when they are angry, when they have mental conditions. Always keep them eye contact. Don't turn around. This is very dangerous. People can harm you if you are just dismissing all these signs. And try to be as empathetic as possible. You don't want to ignite more anger on this patient by dismissing whatever is going on with them. So basically, that's what we need to do. So pay attention to all the symptoms, the signs. Once again, remember, non-verbal communication is going to tell us more than verbal communication. If you follow all these guidelines, you're going to be fine. This is going to tell me, by observing the patient when they approach me, how do I have to behave? First of all, you have to be on guard. Remember, you don't know what type of patients are these. If they are angry or they have some type of mental disability, they can attack me and nothing is going to happen to them, but to me. So be careful. So we have to keep an eye on all these patients to see how they are, how they are interacting. Any questions about these encounters with the patients and how we supposed to keep, on checking their, facial and body language expressions? Because this is very important. So when a patient is coming and is crying and something like that when they enter the office, it's not the same as a patient who is combative, violent. It's not the same. It's not the same as a patient who just stop by and greet you like nothing happened. So we have to react accordingly. So that's basically what it is. And all these signs are going to tell us what's really going on with the patient. So that's basically what it is. Let's talk about these human behaviors. Remember, we talk about, how to communicate, these interpersonal skills. But now we have these interpersonal skills, but as a behavior, as a defense mechanism. Now, as the word implies, defense is a way of using some words, some actions to defend ourselves from something that we don't want people to know, or just, trying to protect ourselves from others. Remember, defense, you will do anything to defend yourself. It doesn't matter whether you are right or wrong. You still don't gonna allow someone to attack you. You're gonna try to defend yourself. This is not a physical defense. This is a speaking. This is a speech defense. The things that you do, the things that you say. So you defend your actions. So you defend your feelings. So the first one, denial. So we always go on denial when something is not to our liking. If it is not something that I want, then you kind of not accepting it. So that's basically what it is. Denial and acceptance is the same. So let's put it this way. Let's say that you've been diagnosed with a very terrible disease or condition. So you're going to go into denial. You're going to say, no, this is not happening to me. It's impossible. How can that be? Why? I've been doing so good. I'm such a good person. So that's basically what is denial, not accepting reality, not accepting something that has already happened, something that you unfortunately cannot change. So the fact that you have a condition, it is real, but you don't want to accept it. You've been given that diagnosis. Now you say, no, something probably is wrong. Doctor, can you run another test? I want a second opinion. I want a third opinion. Remember, second opinion, third opinion means seeing another medical professional to evaluate you for the same thing. So we have the lab results from you. We have this biopsy, for instance, or we have these blood results, or whatever bodily fluids that we're talking about. And we're telling you, oh, you're pregnant. No, it can't be. It's impossible. How can I be pregnant? No, that's not happening. So again, that is denial. It is so bad, it is so painful that you don't want to accept it. So you're gonna pretend that it didn't exist, that it's not happening. And we use it all the time. All the time, because a lot of things happens to us, right? We have an example here, and it happens to anything. See, people who abuse, not use, abuse drugs, alcohol. We interview them and we ask, okay, I'm seeing, did you drink? Yeah, but I do drink once in a while. How often? Well, mostly I do it on weekends. How much do you drink? Oh, well, I drink this many drinks. Okay, and what type of drinks? Oh, they're heavy liquor, like whiskey, vodka. Okay, so for how long you been doing it? Oh, since I was a teenager. Okay, is that affect your job? No, not at all. What about what job you do? Oh, I'm a driver. Oh, seriously? No, it doesn't affect at all. Actually, it made me feel better. They don't accept that they have a problem. They don't. They don't need to receive any help because they say that they don't have the problem. And when we deny that we don't have the problem, it cannot be fixed because it comes from us, from within. If we do not, are not willing to make the change, it doesn't matter what other people tell you. So this happens in any system. You are broke, but you say that you have a lot of money. You're in denial. You are without job, and you say that you have the best job you ever had. So what are you doing now? Are you, because sometimes, we embarrass to say something, to recognize that, something is not going well with us. So a way of protecting ourselves, or that's what's called defense, you don't want to accept. That's basically what denial is. And in medicine, it happens a lot. So particularly when we diagnose the patient with something, or when we tell the patient that the family member, have a terminal illness, that, they have short time, life expectancy, or that, they have done almost anything to fix the problem. No, it's got to be something. Oh, no, you haven't done everything possible. There's nothing we can do. See, people goes into a coma and people is being told that the nervous system is completely damaged. The patient is like, left like a vegetable. And they still says, oh no, we're going to keep it in the hospital. We're going to do whatever it takes because he or she is going to recover. I know. We are in denial, remember. Always in denial for many things. And that is just a defense mechanism. Oh, was not my fault. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know that was going to cause these consequences. It wasn't my intention. So you are in denial. You're making excuses. Oh, I did not know that that was going to cause this. That's what I do it. Nobody told me. If somebody has told me about it, probably no, it's just we have excuses for everything. So that's basically what it is. So whatever issues that we cannot, we're not willing to accept, we just go in denial. Any questions? This is part of the human nature. Try to get all these defense mechanisms because we sometimes don't want to accept that something is actually happening. Oh, I saw your husband, your girlfriend with someone else outside. No, that couldn't be. That's not possible. Because it's not good, right? That somebody tell you that. You don't want to believe something. Even though if it is true, sometimes you're just gonna try to deny it. Those are defense mechanisms that we use, remember, just to protect ourselves when something hurts us. Regression. Now, as the word implies, regression, remember, it's like going back. There's something you don't want now, and then you want to put yourself in a different situation. So it says right here, regression is the reversion to an earlier stage of development in the face of unacceptable thoughts or impulses. So it's not so easy to notice it. But sometimes, think about males when they go to the doctor. Well, first of all, males in general, they don't like to go to the doctor. There had to be something really serious. Otherwise, the wife, the sister, the mother has to push them to go to the doctor. As soon as they go to the doctor, and you're going to give them a needle. Oh, now you're acting like a little kid. Oh, by the way, I don't like needles. Oh, that big needle that's going to go into my muscles? Just put it away. Are you going to be doing that? Oh, no. That's going to happen this. And you just kind of becoming a child, if you will, overreacting for something. When you tell them, that this is over or this relation doesn't function, whether a male or a female, then you start crying like a little baby. That is called regression. So that's basically what it is. So whether you get angry, whether you acting up, whatever the case may be, that's basically what regression means. So on the bottle says, an adult may regress when under a great deal of stress. Regress, remember, refusing to leave their bed and engage in normal everyday activities. So once again, it feels a little sick. Oh, no, I'm very sick. Oh, no, I'm going to stay home. And they want your wife, your daughter, your girlfriend, or whoever else to take care of you. Because, oh my God, you're such a fragile person now. Handle things. So that's called regression. Remember, it's like going to an early stage of your life. So you're acting like a little kid when you're an adult. It's like, think about the little kids when they want something, right? Start kicking and screaming and, throwing a tantrum right there. Well, that happens all the time. It's just that we don't think about these type of defense mechanisms. We don't. But it is a defense mechanism. When you start to acting up and, it looks a little kind of childish, I might say a little ridiculous, but that's how it is. That's how humans, that's how we are. That's regression. Projection. This is more common than you can imagine. Right now, if you watch the news, there is a lot of projections with the two political parties going on. One say then, oh, this is what you do, where actually that's what you've been doing. And he blames the other party for the wrongdoings when they actually are the one they are doing it. So that is projection. You project yourself on the other person. So that's basically what it is. When there is something that you don't like about yourself, or things that you do that are not kind of accepted, then you're gonna blame the other part. Oh, you are the one who's coming late all the time, when actually you are the one who's coming late. You are the one who is arguing all the time, when you actually are the one who starts the argument. So think about that. You're always crying for something. You always drama. When you actually are the one that is causing all this drama. Remember, you project yourself on the other person. There's an example right here. If you have strong dislike for someone, you might insist, believe that he or she does not like you. So that is projection. See? Oh, that's because you don't like me. That's why you're talking to me like that. And probably it's the other way around. You're just trying to defend yourself. You don't want to look bad. So right here, another example. A spouse may be angry at their significant other for not listening, when in fact, it is the angry spouse who does not listen, who does such a thing. Remember, that is projection. Whatever your feelings are at that moment, you blame the other person and tell them, oh, it is you. See, when I talk to my friends, I said, hey, what are you screaming? You feel like so angry. I said, oh, no, you are the one who's screaming at me. I said, okay, let's hang up the phone then. The conversation is over. See, I just told you, you are the one who's angry at me. I just tried to kind of peacefully, fix this problem because I'm not going anywhere. So that is projection. So be careful with all this because we project a lot. And we are not projecting good stuff. We are projecting things that we don't like. When we feel offended about someone, we tell them that they are the one who are offending us. See how you're talking to me now? You are the one. So now you get angry because that's the purpose, making you angry so I can blame it on you. That's why you have to keep yourself calm. That's why if a patient comes over and tell you things, then these are what they feeling about themselves. It's not you, it's them. So don't get caught up on these situations because once again, we are the one who are going to be getting in trouble, not the patient. So I do not entertain any of these nonsense. I act professionally. I don't take it personally. I just do my thing. And if I see that this take me nowhere, then it's not gonna project it. No, I'm gonna go to someone else. I'm gonna excuse myself. Remember, I'm been talking to you like this. If it is a combative patient, very aggressive patient, I'm not gonna go into confrontations with this person. If it doesn't listen, doesn't follow what I'm saying, so I'm just gonna tell them, excuse me, Mr. Mrs. Smith, I'm gonna get someone else who can help you better, okay? But actually do it. Don't abandon the patient. And it's not a projection because when I go to my colleagues, I tell them, listen, I have a patient who is asking questions which I don't have the answers for. Can you help me out? Seems like, you've been working here for longer than me. You probably can handle the situation. But I'm not going to go say, oh my goodness, see, this patient over there is throwing things on me. And no. I'm not in a good mood to take all that crap. We don't say that. Because now I'm going to put my coworker, my colleague on guard, and they going to refuse. Said, oh, no. You're going to throw that hard ball on me? Not at all. I'm not going to take care of it. Now we're going to have an issue because the patient is going to start screaming in the waiting area because I promised them that someone was going to help them. Now no one wants to do it. So me, I'm not projecting anything because if I'm projecting something, it means that I started the argument and now I'm blaming the patient. But the patient is actually using the projection because they are the one who feels angry. They are the one who's throwing all these tantrums at you. But now they said you are the bad one. So don't fall into that trap. Remember, keep yourself calm. You're the professional. And if you cannot handle it, there is always someone else who is going to assist you. Worst come to worst, I get the doctor involved. I do. Because if my coworkers don't want to help me out, hey, the doctor is the one who's controlling the office. So I'm going to tell the doctor. So, doctor, I have Mr. and Mrs. Smith. They are a little upset. So I don't know how to handle the situation. I have tried so many things, but still, can you help me out with that? And believe me, the doctor will not say no. Probably the doctor can say, oh, ask the nurse, ask the office manager. Well, just tell them the truth. I already used that venue. I already asked them, but they don't want to get involved. So you are my last resort. What do you want me to do, doctor? But you have to keep yourself calm. Because if you don't keep yourself calm and start bursting out your hatred against what this person has said to you, then you're not going anywhere. The doctor is going to say you're the problem. You cannot handle pressure. You cannot handle that job. Whereas if you just tell them the way that I'm telling you, very calm, I have Mr. or Mrs. Smith, and I'm having these issues. So I need someone else to step in. I'm telling you, they will do it. Oh, he will command someone else. He will, direct someone, says, hey, go help, go talk to Mr. or Mrs. Smith. So that's basically what it is. So that is projection. Remember, very common. And it's a defense mechanism. Remember, so if it is a defense mechanism, we have to use it. It's just that sometimes it's used for the wrong purpose. Remember, you're going to defend yourself no matter what. Criminals, they didn't commit the crime. They're not going to say, oh, yes, I did it. No, I didn't do it. I don't even know what you're talking about. Oh, no, but they were the abusers. Now, see, projection. They were the abusers. They were treating me or mistreating me. So that is projection, remember. Repression. So when you feel like, you don't want to say things, something is going on with you, but you don't want to let it out. So that's basically what it is. But you show that you feel threatened for something that have happened to you in the past. That is a repression. Something happened to you, but you don't want to say it. But then you kind of hold back to it. And any single time that you encounter this situation, now you are going to overreact to it, or you're going to refuse to it. Let's say, for instance, someone who has a bad experience with a boyfriend or a girlfriend. So then you're going to say, well, I'm not going to date anyone because everybody's the same. Or you were abused by someone in any ways. You're not going to say anything, but yes, you are going to kind of not get close to someone who kind of represents that person that hurts you. So that's basically what it is. You keep, on the back of your memory, these bad experiences. You are aware of those, but you don't let it out. You don't go to the police, you don't say anything, you just keep it to yourself. But then when you encounter yourself in a situation with someone else, you immediately remember what happened and it says, oh, no. This probably is going to do the same as the other person did to me. So that's basically what it is. Particularly when you're being abused. It's not the same as a phobias. Remember, phobias are a different thing. So don't mix them up. These are experiences that you have, but then, you keep them to yourself. A phobia is something that you are scared of. You don't want to do it. You were exposed to it and you feel scared about it. So that basically what it is. But repression, you repress something inside of you. You kind of hold on tight. You don't say anything. You don't make comments to anyone. But yet, when someone with the same characteristics that have abused you, have mistreated you, something like that, gets close to you, then you feel this repression says, oh, no. This is going to do the same to me. So you just think about it. You are aware of the situation. So you don't want to have a relationship with these people. You don't want anybody to get close to you. And this happens a lot, particularly when you're being sexually abused or physical abuse. Said, oh, no. All these people is going to be the same, so they're going to hurt me. So that is repression. It's not regression. Regression is going back to an early age, meaning you are acting up like a little kid when you are an adult. So that's basically what it is. Repression, it is something that have happened to you. You have it in your brain, but you don't want to encounter the situation. So that's going to refrain you from socializing with other people. Those are defense mechanisms. Very important. See, you try to protect yourself. You try to defend yourself, whether blaming someone else or whether acting up or just not saying anything or denying something, pretending that it didn't happen when actually happened. One of my friends says, oh, my relationship didn't work because, you see, she was a problem. She was very controlling. That's projection. He was the controlling one. Oh, guess what? But she's coming back to me. She's on denial. Seriously, I don't think so. She's coming back. So again, this happens more often than we think. Sometimes we don't know that these were defense mechanisms. But we know inside ourselves that, whatever we're doing is something that, is just prevented from happening, or from saying it, or from acting that way. So these are defense mechanisms. Any questions about repression, denial, regression, projection? This happens to us in every single way at different scales, but it happens because these are defense mechanisms that we use it. Displacement. Kind of, well, it's not the same, but I don't want you to mix that up with repression or projection, particularly with projection, because projection is, you remember, what you've been doing, you projected to someone else. Displacement involves taking out our frustrations, feelings, and impulses on people or objects that are less threatening. So think about this displacement. You are working and your boss tell you that you have to work extra hours. You didn't want to. You want to go home. Probably you have other plans. But you don't want to lose your job and you accept it. But you don't get these feelings against your boss. Just tell, well, I have plans to cancel, but anyways, I'm going to do it. But when you reach home in front of your family, you start bursting out and blaming. That is the displacement. The anger that you couldn't project to your boss for asking you to stay late when you didn't want to, you projected to your wife, to your kids. Oh, I'm tired. You see, I have to work all this time when I'm supposed to be resting. I was supposed to go to this place. Now it's like you're blaming your family now. You displace your anger to someone who has nothing to do with that. And this happens a lot. If something goes wrong on the street, they say something, somebody offended you, you're gonna go home instead of saying, hi, how you doing? Oh, listen, I have a tough day at work. Then somebody said something and then you burst. Is my meals, my dinner ready? Oh, what is my clothes are not clean, what they're not ironed, what is going on? You display something, the anger that you have on the person that didn't do anything wrong to you. This is really bad. This can end a relationship. Or you get it on to your coworker because you have to stay late. You start, getting an outburst on your coworkers, cursing at them, mistreating them because you have to work late. So that is displacement. Or asking your coworkers or giving your work to them, asking them, hey, help me out with this or help do this or whatever. So that is basically what it is. So not difficult. That is what is a good idea to give samples of, when you give an example of what is being said about this type of defense mechanism is a lot easier to understand. See, you are displacing your frustrations, your anger on someone else, on things. You start kicking things out. Oh, you start throwing the boxes. Oh, they ask you to do something, stay late at work, and then you start throwing things around and cursing, and you just don't care about what you're doing because kind of you're being forced to do something that you didn't want to. So that's basically what it is. So very simple. It's not the same as projection because remember, projection is a different thing. You're actually doing something wrong. And now you're going to say that someone else did it. Now here, somebody did something wrong to you and you do not speak up about that, but you take it out on the people that has nothing to do with that. And this happens a lot, a lot. It's just that we didn't know, probably, that this is called a displacement defense mechanism. but this happens every single time. So that's why we have all these defense mechanisms, because we talk about it. So when you're taking your exams, that's what you have to pay attention to it, because they're going to give you a little scenario about displacement, about projection, about denial. And then you just need to kind of, interpret it and say, oh, this is denial or versus displacement, projection, regression, repression. Because it's telling you a little story, and then you're just gonna put yourself on that defense mechanism and select the correct one. They don't ask about all the defense mechanisms. Sometimes they ask about denial and displacement or projection. So denial, remember, you refuse to accept something. When you refuse to accept something that actually happens, you're in denial. And this happens a lot, particularly when you receive bad news about something. Actually, you can receive good news. Oh my gosh, I was hired for that job. I cannot believe it. I still don't believe it. You are in denial. Oh, I won the lottery. I wish. Oh my goodness, is that real? Pinch me. I don't believe it. So you see, there are many ways that you can actually, use these defense mechanisms. It's like, but mostly it's for bad things because we are defending. But denial, it is always the chance that it can go both ways. You just couldn't believe it. Oh my God, I just got a promotion. I couldn't believe that I will get it. I still don't believe it. And whatever else. So these defense mechanisms are very, very commonly used. Once again, it's just that we didn't know that, that's how they are called, defense mechanisms. And all these different categories of defense mechanisms, if you will. Rationalization, this is another defense mechanism. Now, this is a kind of projection in a way when you feel like you couldn't do something, that you couldn't get something, then you're just going to give up, but you make an excuse. So it reads right here. It's often called the sour grapes defense. This comes from one of the Aesop's tales. So this is the thing. So this is what actually is considered rationalization. And that's what is called the sour grapes defense, because it says the fox wanted some grapes, but could not reach them. This caused him to feel pain, as he could not have what he wanted. So I want something. I'm going for an interview. I didn't get the job. So actually, I'm going to say, you know what? Actually, I was not even interested for that job. That is rationalization. Oh, I'm going to up to someone that I'm interested at. And she said, no, I don't want to date you. I just want you to be friends. Then I'm going to say, oh, by the way, I didn't even want to be his his boyfriend or her boyfriend or whatever else the relationship you are in or want to be in. So that's basically what is called rationalization. We make an excuse why we weren't successful for this. By the way, I was not even interested. See? The rationalization for the example that I gave you is they were probably sour anyways. So it wasn't a big deal. I couldn't reach them, but now I have an excuse that they weren't good, they weren't sweet enough. This is like the job once again, or the relationship. Actually, I didn't even want that. I applied for this and I didn't get the job, somebody else get it. For the promotion, I didn't get it, somebody else get it. Oh, by the way, I didn't want so much responsibility. As a supervisor, as a director, I have to be here most of the time. Whereas if I'm a teacher, well, I can just have some hours of class and I'm going to be free for the rest of the time. There is always looking for something to excuse that something didn't happen. So that is called rationalization. We're going to use our reasoning just to kind of excuse for something that we couldn't attain, that we couldn't reach, that we couldn't get. We couldn't do or made. So there is always something. So all these defense mechanisms are very common. And how many times we have said that? Oh, I applied for this school, I didn't get to that school. It says, oh, by the way, that was far away from that commute was not convenient for me. Oh, that job. No. By the way, I was not even interested because that job was far away, and I don't have a car. I had to take 2 trains and a bus. I have to wait after that, like I have to walk after that for 3, 5, 6 blocks. By the way, the neighborhood was not that good. I had one of my friends who, for the first time, was buying a house, right? An apartment, whatever the case may be, but it was a house. And he was very excited. Oh, I have the money. Now I'm going to pay. I'm not going to have no issues. And I do really want that place. Oh my God, the house so nice. And was sending me pictures all the time about the house and the things that he was going to do in the house and outside in the backyard, the front yard. And then he didn't get approved for the house. And I said, so what happened to the house? What's going on? What is the status? Says, oh, you know what? Actually, that housing was too far away. But he didn't tell me that the bank didn't approve anything. Says, you know what? Actually, I decided not to because the house was, when you look at it, you see it's far away from my work, far away from my family. And, I'm going to get something closest to my family. I was like, okay. I didn't want to add anything else to the issue. I knew it, so I'm gonna say, oh, wait a minute. You were bragging and telling anyone and posting in Facebook. You already posted the house that you didn't get yet. Oh, I'm gonna move to this house and this time I'm gonna throw parties, so you guys are invited. Oh my goodness. So rationalization, it was too far away. Oh, by the way, the neighborhood wasn't that good. But it was good when you were applying for it. And it became bad area when you didn't qualify for it. So that's called rationalization. And how many times have you rationalized about something? Many times, because it's a defense mechanism. You want to kind of give yourself a pat on the back because you feel really bad, because you feel defeated. And now come to reality and you want to make yourself feel good. So rationalization. See, it's not hard. It's just that we are not familiar with all these terms. But we are familiar with the example that I'm giving you. Because in one way or another, this happens to me. Any questions about defense mechanisms? Just keep it in mind because it's common. But when someone kind of, addresses you and comes out with all these things, already, don't try to add more fire. It's already bad. So just pretend like, don't argue with them. If they are projecting you something, just relax. Don't argue. You're not going anywhere because this is just gonna escalate. It's gonna become worse. So when you notice something, you just know that they are applying one of these mechanisms, particularly with your patients. Remember, when the patient comes very angry at you, they are actually projecting. It's not you that are angry. They are the one that are angry. They are the one that are screaming at you. See, you have an attitude problem. See, you were doing this. You ignore me. They just want to kind of call some attention. That's basically what it is. And if you kind of fall into their trap, now you are going to be in trouble. So don't act as if this weren't happening. Yeah, you might say, wow, Professor Hoyer, but that's not easy. Well, nothing is easy in life. But remember, we are the professionals. We are not the sick ones. So we are the one who are taking care of those patients. And if we're going to go even with them by confronting them, by getting into an altercation or an argument, well, that is not what we're there for. That's not what we're supposed to be doing. So try to do your best. And once again, if you're not in a good mood to take care of these situations and you're going to snap and you're going to make it worse, excuse yourself, get someone else involved in a nice way. Go do something else. Step out the office for a while. Go get a coffee. Go drink water. Remember, these people attack us, but sometimes, once again, it's their frustration, it's their problems that they make them act that way. You see, you act nice if nothing bad is happening to you. But if something happens to you, you're going to overreact. You're going to project. You're going to deny. You're going to rationalize. We're going to do all those things, believe me. And we're doing it every single time. So then why is it that we are not going to understand the patient? Remember, you have to be empathetic. You have to put yourself on the patient's situation. I would do the same. I would act the same way if I were in the same situation. So what makes you different at this time? That's what I do all the time. I think about these are all mechanisms of defense. So they are using it because it's how they can protect themselves. They cannot accept that they are having an issue and they're going to blame it on me. But it is justified because I fall into the trap. Now I'm screaming. Now I'm raising my voice. Now I have an attitude towards the patient. Well, everybody's going to see it. They're not going to see what the patient is doing. The waiting area, the people are there. They are kind of sympathizing with the aggressor, with the patient, because they are patients. So they are attacking me, and all of them says, yeah, I'm being here for so long, you see? And somebody else came here, and they're going to come out with any argument. And they're going to make you look really bad. But you're not going to fall into that trap. You're going to be professional, you're going to be professional, you're going to be professional, you're going to keep your job, and you're going to stay away from headaches. Because remember, you are the only one who's going to pay the consequences. You are the only one who's going to get frustrated, go home and take it out on your family. That has nothing to do with what we went in your workplace. You got to be able to separate, remembering whenever something happens at work, bring it home, leave it there. But it's impossible. No, it's not impossible. You're not going to remove those bad thoughts or situations from your head. You're not going to let that, eat you out. And not taking it against your family. So once again, if we don't control ourselves, then who's going to control us? Remember, we are in control because we are the ones who work there. So make sure that not much of what these people said or do is going to affect you because you're going to control yourself. So don't use the same defense mechanisms. Use professionalism instead. And believe me, you're going to enjoy your job, your work. Let's move to barriers to communication. There are tons of barriers to communication. We have prejudice. See, when we become kind of very judgmental. So we see someone that looks like this, like sounds like this, that walks like this, dressed like this, and we already start being prejudiced. So, and it's not a positive way. It is in a negative way. Prejudice is a negative way of feelings for someone else that do not meet what you think is your preferences. Something that goes away from what you used to do or what you are doing. Remember, when we are on the streets, we see people. We pass by people and we always checking them out and we are judging them all the time. Look that person how it looks like. This is short, this is too tall, this is too heavy, this is too skinny, this is too pale, this is too ugly, this is cute. Well, the cute one well passes this, but because you're comparing with. So we always refer them at this particular social group or this particular gender or this particular race or this particular sexual orientation. We always focus on that. And that in general, that is discrimination. If he looks like not well dressed, we immediately says, oh, that poor thing. Probably it's homeless, probably lives in a shelter, probably doesn't even own a place, don't have a job, because we are very prejudiced people. We are by nature. So sometimes, you have just to kind of ignore it, because in the workplace, that is not acceptable. Just think about, again, empathy. Do you want someone to be judging you for who you are, for the place that you come from your race, your gender, your sexual orientation, the way that you dress, the way that you put makeup, the clothes that you wear, the way that you speak, your beliefs, your culture? We have to be able to accept people the way that they are. Remember, you're not going to be living with this person. Start being selective when this is the person that you're going to choose to be with you, that you're going to spend time alive with you. Then you select who you want to be with. But on the streets, in a theater, in a stadium, in a park, in our workplace, we don't choose, we don't select who we are going to be interacting with, whether it's your coworkers, whether it's your boss, whether it's the patients. We don't. I would go crazy if I started thinking about this all the time. Oh my God, I don't like my boss. I mean, I like this job because he just paid me, but I don't like. No, that's not something that I will consider. Because first of all, I wouldn't get a job if I know that this person, I cannot stand it. So then you are the problem. You are the one who has to leave. You are the one who has to step out. But we always blame other people. We always want to correct other people. But that's not how it works in the real world, because other people is judging you. And do you change because other people judge you? Not at all. Are you going to change your religion, your sexual orientation, your gender, your race because other people is judging you? Well, there are certain things that are impossible to change. We don't even change habits. See, you have the habit to smoke, to drink, to do other things. That is unacceptable, of course. We're not talking about habits. We're talking about this other type of things. Oh, because you're from this country, because you speak that way, because you don't speak actually my language. So I'm going to be judging you all the time. So again, not good. Because of your age, or you too old. We always discriminate people, not because you are young, but because you are old. That's because you are old. And sometimes we do it without being intentionally, intended to do something like this. But we do it anyways, because it is within our nature. What you think and what you do are two different things. You can think things, but you don't say it. Because when it comes out your mouth or as a reflection of the expressions that you do, then it's going to be captured by others. And they're going to notice what you're thinking or what you're saying without even talking. We are not perfect. We're not. And we're always going to be prejudiced, but they're to some extent. And just because I don't like something, it doesn't mean that this doesn't have to exist. No. Then when someone doesn't like me, I shouldn't exist because they don't like me for any reason. No, it doesn't work that way. We live in a world and we are special about something. And we have to respect each other. That's basically what it is. So that is prejudice. So remember, it's a type of discrimination when we judge people based on anything that we don't like about the person. Not good, right? But we are very prejudiced people, very judgmental people. It's just that don't show it. If you don't like it, you're doing your job. Remember, this is not the person that you're going to spend the rest of your life with. If I have to work with someone that I don't like it for any reason, because I'm telling you, we don't have to like everybody. Sometimes it's just human nature. We don't like someone. They haven't done anything to us. We just see them and you said, oh, no, this person, I don't like it at all. I don't want this person to be close to me. But remember, in our workplace, things change. So we have to be a little more tolerant, if you will, and just think about ourselves. We're not perfect, so what do we expect that other people has to be perfect? If people doesn't like us, what do we expect that we supposed to like them? So that's the same way. But in our workplace, we're going to treat people with compassion, with fairness, as polite as possible. That's basically what it is. It's our job. Now, in your personal relations, you choose who you want to be with and who you want to sit next to it, or where do you want to live? You want to live in this neighborhood or in that neighborhood? You decide. But in our workplace, we have to be fair. Any questions about this type of barriers of communication, which is prejudice? It's very common. It interferes with almost everything that you do in our life. See, for me, I don't care who I'm working with. I don't care if you are from the Middle East, if you are a Latino, if you are an Afro-American. I don't care. I just need the job, and I'm going to do the best that I can because I'm interested in making and getting paid for it. This is not that it is free. And if I don't like it, if I feel that this is not a place that I have to be for any of the reasons, very simple. I just move myself from there. I remove myself from there. That's it, simple. But I don't try to make somebody else's life miserable or make my life miserable. Because now that's not the point. I'm here on vacation. I'm just passing by to this world. I don't want to stress myself for nonsense. I'm human. Yeah, I'm going to stress myself for something, but then I'm going to distress right there. I don't keep things to the heart. I don't put things that, I don't let things to really, really get me. Because we control whatever is going on with us. We don't control the outside. So you don't control somebody else's age, race, sexual orientation, social stuff from them, whether they are high status, middle class, high class, or you're poor. Or, I don't care. Or the homeless. No, I'm not homeless. I have something. I appreciate what I have. I just work for me, for my family. The rest I cannot control. Sometimes I cannot even control some of the stuff on my own. I'm not gonna try to control someone else. It's impossible. So trying to change someone ain't happening. That's not the purpose of this, being in this world. It's not changing people. It's doing whatever you can do. And if you don't change yourself, nobody's going to change you. So for that reason, try not to. Yes, you look at people, see things, and you are not liking it. But the person doesn't live with me. So I see it, and I'm not going to see it probably ever. So what should I be worried? What should I be frustrated? What should I be calling names? What should I be pushing them or talking to them about? No, there's no need. No need at all. So these are barriers of communication. We create barriers of communication. These are not establishments. These are not policies. We create them because we are humans. Physical impairment in your workplace, remember, talking about workplace mostly, it happens everywhere. But you're going to have people who is going to have problems. They're going to have impairment of hearing, sight, physical impairment. They cannot walk. They cannot do things for themselves. So we got to be able to deal with all these situations. But unfortunately, this barriers of communication means, if I'm thinking that, you are this person, I'm not going to be fair with you. So I'm probably not gonna try to help you much. This situation. I'm gonna consider you a burden to me if you have an issue that I'm not willing to accept. So that's basically what it is. So in our workplace, we're gonna have people from different countries, from different races, different ages, and so on and so forth, with different physical, mental disabilities. And we have to deal with them to make sure that, that they receive the treatment that they deserve. Because that's the reason that they are visiting our facility. So these physical impairments can prevent them from communicating effectively with us. But we have to look for the way of communicating with them. So that's basically what it is. So we have someone with an English barrier situation. Well, we have to get a translator, whether it's over the phone, translator services, or someone who speaks his or her language. But we can't get it, we can get frustrated just because something happens that kind of, get us out, from our comfort zone. Oh, well, I was expecting someone who talks, who speaks the language that I speak, who is agree wherever I want. And that's impossible. That's not going to happen. So I already mentioned, these physical impairments can be a physical disability. You're not going to be able to walk. You're not going to be able to hear or to see. Or a mental disability. You don't understand. Regardless, you do speak English, but you don't understand the things that I'm saying because mentally you cannot process that information. So we have to deal with them regardless. And we have to do our best. And we don't have to get frustrated because then we are not going to give our 100%. We are focusing on something else. That's a disadvantage to us. We look for ways of helping, assisting the best of our ability versus just thinking about the burden that these people is causing us. That's what professionalism is all about. And that should be happening everywhere, not only in your workplace, but in your all regular, in your own regular, daily activities. You go to the supermarket, someone there needs an assistant. You should be able to assist. So that's just an easy thing to do versus, getting into other type of situations. Stereotyping, that's another barrier of communication, has to do with discrimination. But once again, this discrimination is assigned to a group of people. Let's say, for instance, you hear this a lot. Oh, these Latino people, these Afro-American people, these homeless people, these undocumented people. So that is being stereotyping. That's being biased. Because you are, judging people as a whole. Oh, a male did something wrong to a female. Now she blames all the males. Oh, no, all the males are equal. Or vice versa. You go to see a doctor and then you hear the patient saying, all these doctors are the same. They are good for nothing. They just want your money. They don't care about me. That's stereotyping. You are generalizing something. So very common. And we hear this all the time. Right now it's in the news. Talking about immigrants, talking about undocumented, talking about the rich, the millionaires versus the poor. So in general, that is what barriers of communication is all about. So once again, we try to avoid all those things because that affects not only us, because we're dealing with these people all the time. What are you going to do? Are you going to change somebody's sexual orientation? Are you going to change the color of the skin? Are you going to change the nationality or that the language barrier? We're not going to do any of those. That's not our job to change it. It's our job to accept it, which is different. Accept. Remember, if we don't want to accept it, then, well, we're going to be really in trouble. Because this is what we're going to encounter every single time on the streets, in our neighborhood, in the park, wherever you go. You go to the park, you're going to find people from everywhere. Different ages, different races. So again, any questions about stereotyping? And you know that that exists. We see it all the time. We actually are stereotyping. We are. We always judge people. We are discriminating people all the time. And people are discriminating us all the time. So we just have to kind of, accept the reality, the world that we were living in, and just say that, I'm going to be living in a world where only people that I like is going to be there. We're going to choose the patients that we want in our clinic, in our hospital. Unfortunately, can't do that. We just got to deal with them. That's okay if you don't accept something. It's against your culture, against your religion. But it's just that. You don't go beyond that. Because remember, someone is not accepting you. So this is a double sword. No, a double-edged sword. See, that's basically what it is. And this is going to continue. So for us as a professionals, we're just going to deal with whatever situation, whatever case that we have, do our job, and that's it. We're done. We go with peace of mind home, and we're not going to take it out on our family, and we're not going to stress ourselves because and this is not going to change just because we don't like it. We're just going to make things even worse. That's basically what it is. So that's stereotyping. Okay. So let's talk about difficult patients. I've been talking about that, but a little more. It's not bad because we are repeating and repeating and repeating. During anger. So how are you going to communicate with a patient that is angry? How are you going to communicate with someone that you're arguing with, regardless, even though if it is not your workplace? But in your workplace, you have the responsibility to take care of these people. On your own world, you don't have to. If somebody is asking me for money outside, or somebody is calling me names, or somebody is screaming at me, if somebody said something, I'm not gonna entertain none of this. I'm not trying to do a job right here, but in your workplace, you have to, you must. You can ignore your patients, regardless of how angry they are. Yes? Any questions? I hear someone over there trying to ask me a question. Okay. So that's how all these various communication that we're discussing, this is the real world. This is what we are going to encounter. One of the most difficult times to communicate is when you are angry. And you know that. Not because you've been discussing with or confronting or argumentative with your patients, but on the outside world, with our family members, with our supposedly friends, with anyone that does something that we are not appreciating. So that's basically what it is. So how can you communicate with someone who's angry? Now, look what it says right here. Expression of anger is usually healthy. Now, expressing anger without violence, probably it is, because you're kind of letting out all this stress, all this hatred, all the stuff. So it kind of relieve you in a way. Remember, the patient comes over there and take it out on you, all the anger that I have. Why I've been waiting for so long? Because they feel frustrated, remember. They feel impotent. Oh my God, I see so many people right here. Now I have to wait. And I don't want to wait. Now I'm talking to this person right in the front desk, and they are pretending that they are busy. Oh, they are busy, but they are not acknowledging me. I'm going to throw a tantrum right there. In other words, I'm going to make a drama right here. And they're going to listen to me. Because if I scream the loudest, they're going to listen to me. Some people use that as a mechanism of defense. Remember, I'm very angry. I'm going to make you angry. I'm going to make you to pay attention. I'm going to make you to acknowledge me. And I feel good. But you don't, because you've been the one who been screamed at, yelled at. Then we take it personal, and then we mess it up. Even though if later on, you kind of feel a little guilty for what you have done, screaming at your kids or your husband, your boyfriend, your mother, your sister, your brother, a friend, whatever, you're gonna feel guilty, but you kind of release now, said, oh, I'll let it out. So it is an expression of, releasing all your frustrations. So it helps sometimes. You feel like, oh my God, finally I did it. I wanted to tell this person my feelings, and now I did it. Unfortunately, but with someone who is angry, there is no way that we can rationalize, that we can have a healthy conversation. There is no way. So you have to look for other means to deal with this person. Says right there, unexpressed anger causes or contributes to all types of health problems. When you kind of keep it to yourself, start burning you inside, not good. You have to let it out. You have to express your feelings. You have to. Otherwise, you're going to end up committing something that you actually weren't planning to do. You're going to end up doing something really bad to yourself or to someone else. Because people who don't express their anger kind of keep it inside all the time. When they burst, it has bad consequences. So sometimes, once in a while, screaming, it's not good to scream at someone. You can scream, you can kick, you can do anything. Just punch a sandbag, I don't know, but don't punch someone. That can release your anger. It does. If I'm kind of upset at something, usually I don't get upset. I think about what the consequences are. I think that if I said something that I didn't mean at that time, or that I'm gonna regret it because I think before I speak, then, of course, there's gonna be those times when you're not even thinking this, they just caught you off guard and then you just say it. But not knowing all this, you gotta know that you're not gonna be saying any of these things. You have to avoid saying any of these things because that's gonna get you in trouble, particularly in your workplace. So better to, take a deep breath and remove yourself from the area. I'm telling you, if I see someone that is angry, I cannot deal with a person or that situation, I remove myself from there. I know that things just gonna get worse because I'm gonna lose it too. We're humans, so we just remove ourselves. How to deal with these patients that are angry? Remember that I told you, you're gonna be very polite, very professional, and you're gonna offer them assistance. Bring them to a private room. Remove them from the waiting area. Because then other patients are gonna start also complaining about something. Now you're not gonna be able to handle it. Mr. and Miss Smith, can you follow me? Let's talk in a private room. Let's see how can we assist you better. Just the fact that you're taking the time to do that and pulling them, because this is an answer to a question that you're going to have in your exam. How you deal with a patient who is argumentative, combative. You take them to a private room, not to beat them up, but to try to soften the situation. Offer your assistance. And if you cannot offer your assistance, get someone else involved that can do it. Offer them a glass of water. That's simple. You don't have coffee in your office, so don't offer coffee. Don't offer something that you don't have. But yes, we do have water. So you can offer water. Says, do you want me to bring a glass of water? And then we could discuss what's going on. Believe me, 99% of the time, these patients will comply and they will calm themselves down without telling them to calm down, without getting ourselves into one of these altercations, if you will. Because that's what's going to end up. Because patient is going to end up screaming at you, insulting at you, and you are not going to hold it anymore. So that's basically what it is. So just learn from this because eventually you're gonna have patients like that. They're gonna be very upset. They're gonna come to your office, and there is no way that talking to them in the waiting area is gonna help them. At the contrary, it's going to escalate the situation, because now the patients that are in the waiting area are going to be on your face as well. They're going to agree with the patient. And that's what's going to make the situation worse. That's why we remove the patient from that area. When we say remove, not in a bad way, we're just going to make the patients to be a little more accountable, give them more privacy, and that we are going to be able to focus on this person. There is no way that you can tell patient, remember, once again, the wrong thing to do is to tell a patient to calm down. Remember, never tell a patient to calm down when they are angry, because they're going to calm down on you. Don't tell them to relax. Don't take, wow, calm down, relax, breathe. Oh no, that's gonna make the situation, that's like igniting the fire. You don't want any of those situations. And if you remove them to a private room, believe me, things are gonna be fixed. Remember, worst case scenario, you're gonna get the doctor involved, but you're gonna keep yourself cool. Doctor, I have Mr. and Mrs. Smith in one of the exam rooms. She's a little agitated. Oh, he was giving me a hard time. She's screaming her lungs out. She's insulting. She's doing this. No, 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 no. That's not what you're going to tell the doctor. Because you are overreacting. You are making things worse. She's a little agitated, a little upset about something, but I don't know how to handle it. Can you help me out with this? And then you bring the doctor over there, because believe me, they should. Or they're gonna delegate someone in the front desk, gonna call and says, nurse, office manager, go to the room where patient Mr. and Miss Smith is, and try to see how you can solve her problems. Solve, not making it worse. And we have to work as part of the team. Let's not go there to judge the person and to tell them that there is nothing we can do, and whatever problems she or he has, that's not our business, because they are. They are our patients, and when they are in our facility, we have to do our best to help them, to assist them. Just as I told you before, says right here, anger is not usually not directed towards the medical system. I've been telling you that all the time. Don't take it personal. Remember, these people are so angry because they feel impotent. They feel frustrated. They feel like nothing fixed their problems. It's not that the doctor don't want to do it. It's not that you don't want to do it. Because there are some things are not fixable. Some things takes time. Some conditions, you just have to live with them. We just give you some treatments to keep you at bay, to relieve pain, to relieve your anxiety episodes, not to remove the condition from your system. That's not going to happen. So if we understand that, not taking things personal, then things are going to work out. The patient is upset, but I'm not going to let that upset me, because now I'm upset. Now I'm not seeing things clearly. Now I can get in trouble. So you use your logic. Think about this. Think about this as a patient. This is a person who has a bunch of stuff going on. And we are the medical professionals. We are there to assist this patient. Oh, but insulting me is, well, remember, the insults are not exactly those words that comes out from the patient's mouth. It's not intended for the purposes that they don't know any other way to release their anger, their frustration. And some people have the idea that if I scream the loudest, then someone is going to run and do the things for us. Instead of trying to fix things, we take it personal. Oh, I'm not your child. You don't talk to me like that. When you learn how to talk to me, you come back, okay? Well, that is making things worse. We say already, be a good listener. Remember, listening and being an active listener, two different things. Patient is talking, stretching you, someone else is talking and saying bad things about you. You're not listening. You are angry, you are frustrated, and you just want to get even with the person, and you're going to vomit all your hatred as well. And that's not going to go anywhere. Patient is fighting, you are fighting. Well, yeah, it's going to go somewhere because you will go home for good, not the patient. Do not use absolutes such as never and always. Remember, for those who I have previous in my class, I mentioned that when you are responding to the questions on your test, these absolute answers or definitions do not apply. There are exceptions to the rule, but you will know those exceptions to the rule. But when you see a question, an answer that it says always, never, usually, this is not the right answer. See, I said usually, because it's not the right answer. You use, oh, usually things happens. We never have angry patients in our office. Is that true? We always have all the patients that comes here always angry. Is that true? No, it's not. So these absolutes do not apply. Meaning the strings, never, always, because they just don't apply. You have to remain calm, not the patient. You should not, by no means, tell the patient. Now, here applies the exception. Never tell the patient to calm down. Someone who's very angry and you tell them to calm down, that makes them angrier. We are the professionals. We are the one who needs to calm down, to relax, so we can see clearly how we can solve the issue. But if I get entangled, intertwined on these arguments with the patient, then I'm not going to see clear anything. So I'm going to burst things that I didn't mean to. And then probably it's going to be too late to take them back, because whatever you said, whatever you do, you're not going to be able to take them back. So just keep your professionalism, keep your mind open, your eyes open, and seeing all the actions of your patient without, intensifying or increasing or making things worse. That's how you have to deal with it. Okay, Any questions about these various of communication, particularly anger? But you're gonna have those patients, believe me, you will. I'm not scaring you. I'm just asking you to be prepared. Now you are prepared how to respond to these patients. Remember, whatever issues we have ourselves, in our family, in our personal lives, should not bring it to a workplace, should not get it involved with the patient's issues, because then you're not gonna end up safe. Okay, so let's take a break. We come back 7:35 and we're gonna continue with this chapter, okay? I'm gonna get some juice, I'm gonna get something because I'm a little hungry. Okay. So see you then,
Thank you,
7:35.
Matoya.
Okay, you're welcome. Enjoy your break. See you then. Okay, so break is over. Gonna continue with this chapter. Oh, let me see. Yeah. Hey, is everybody back?
Yes.
Okay. So let's continue with this human behavior. Remember, we talked about these defense mechanisms, and we talked about how to deal with angry patients. We're gonna talk about other type of defense mechanisms that are very similar to the ones that we saw already or we covered already, but this has to do with death and dying. So again, you probably heard about this if you took any of these courses related to medical. It doesn't matter what medical courses you have taken. So this is in relation to or in honor to Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, who came out with this type of defense mechanisms of death and dying. I gave you some examples already because we're going to talk about denial and other steps that we go through when we have a really bad news about our health or the person dies. So that's basically what it is. That's Elizabeth Kubler-Ross was a psychologist, and she came out with these different coping skills, if you will, or methods how to cope with bad news, particularly related to death, when you have someone passing away, and how to cope with that. Because remember, we go through all these psychological, emotional changes, and every single person goes to at least some of these coping defense mechanisms, if you will, to some extent. So we need to learn how to, to cope with, and some of these defense mechanisms probably last longer, depends on the person. They happen at different levels. They might not happen at the same time for the same period of time, but they eventually happen. So let's talk about these 5 stages of grief. That's what it's called. So usually you have 1 or 2 of these stages of grief that are asked in national certification. But I'm not too worried about the questions on national certification. I worry more about how you are going to be learning this and how you are going to be putting it to work, and to make sure that you are going to understand, not in your personal life, in your personal situation, but with the patients. You might be the person who is, taking care of a patient who has lost someone recently, and you need to understand all these stages that this patient is going through, because that's going to explain you sometimes the way that the patient is acting or reacting to the things that goes, with them at a particular time. So let's talk about denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. Now, most of the people goes through all of these stages. Remember, I'm talking about someone who lost a loved one, not someone who want this person to die, because that's a different issue. They're not going to go through denial, anger, bargaining, probably going to go to opposite, stages, or not grief, of celebration, probably. So if we encounter a patient who it is emotional disturbed, start crying, they are very sad, they are telling you stories about the person that they spend their life with, or whatever the case may be, they're probably going through these stages. Maybe the fear of dying. So lots of things can happen. Maybe they feeling guilty. Remember about not doing much when they have this person around. So this is like doing a personal, checkup, personal review of things that can happen to us and how you will act or react to these situations. Because it's a lot easier to see somebody else going through these situations and try to understand them a little better than when we are going through them ourselves. So that's basically what it is. So denial is definitely one of these stages that usually are asked. Anger also, it is a potential question for exam. And acceptance, everything else can happen for other reasons, but this denial, anger, and acceptance usually are more prominent, meaning than it reflects more on the patients of family, when they pass away, on the relatives, if you will. Multicultural issues. Let's talk about culture, because these 5 stages of grief are mostly based on culture. Remember, people celebrate things in different ways, like funerals, mourning. They celebrate, they agree with burying the person versus, doing the cremation. So all those things are going to, come to play when we're talking about culture. So we know already, this is fact, that we are going to go one day. We don't know when, but we are not prepared for it. And nobody wants to prepare for it. I don't want to prepare myself for it. What do you mean? I want to live forever. But unfortunately, that's not the case. See, we think about a lot of stuff, right? Like buying a house, buying a car, going to school, having a nice job. We prepare for all those things, but usually we don't want to prepare. We don't want to talk about that final wish. What is it that we're going to end up? What's going to happen to us? Not after, is after we're no longer here, yes? So that's basically what it is. So that is something that people don't want to talk about it. You're going to have something that is called the healthcare proxy. There is a document that explains or the patient what to do in case of the patient cannot make their own decisions, in case of they go into a very critical situation. But guess what? Most of the patients don't fill out that document, that proxy. They, the last thing that I want you to talk about is what I could do if I'm in a situation and I cannot make decisions. Who are you going to point to make decisions for me? Because we don't want to talk about dying. That's not what we're going to do. But different culture, remember, takes this a little different. So Again, I have some friends from Middle East, and they do not cremate the patients. They don't do cremation. They do burial. They want to bury them. They don't want to do anything. But I have others also from the Middle East that they want to cremate them. See, different cultures see things and do things different ways. So here in America, you have the choice, but all depends of your culture. Where is your family wants to do after you pass away? Or maybe you left some instructions what to do. Or some people actually buy some services, some funeral services prior. But once again, this is not something that is in our to-do list most of the time. And we have to respect that. Because cultures do, once again, different things. So when we are trying to understand people's culture, we might get offended about some of the things that they do because we are not used to, because that's not part of our beliefs or costumes. But when we do certain things that they are not agree with or they are not aligning with, well, you see, we have to respect their beliefs so they can respect us. But once again, we go back to the same issues that, whatever you're thinking, it's not what the other person is thinking. If I'm discriminating you for some issues, well, they're discriminating us for other issues, or maybe for the same ones as we do discriminate them. But we have to accept this and we have to understand and we have to respect them. So remember, culture, beliefs are fundamental in the medical field. Because some of the people believes that, whatever the medical doctor is doing, that's not appropriate. They don't believe in medications. They don't believe in diagnosis. They believe something else. They believe in home remedies, for instance. So we have to respect that. So when they bring their patients, the loved ones that are very sick, and we try to do certain things to them, then they refuse. Unfortunately, we have to accept it because that's their culture. And remember, patients have the right to refuse treatment. So we're not going to force people to do what they don't want to do. We don't. So we have to be very patient in this situation, and particularly when we're dealing with different cultures. It's not that we're going to learn every single culture. We use kind of basic, standardized way of seeing things, which is not judging people, accepting their cultures, accepting who they are, accepting their decisions. Unless it is a child, then that child has to accept, or in other words, the families are going to, to make decisions for them. But if it is an adult and it is in good state of mind, is competent, this person can do their own, make their own decisions. And we have to respect that. Even though if it looks like it makes no sense to us, what it makes sense to us. Remember, we don't have to get involved in all these issues because we don't try to understand it. Going back to my friends, family, see, they marry then the father, the mother looks for the wife or the husband for their siblings. They have these arranged marriages, if you will. You think that that is past overdue, that doesn't happen anymore? No, it does. It's happening right now. So we would have to understand all these cultural differences, and we have to accept them the way that we want our cultural beliefs to be accepted. You don't want anybody to come and tell you what to do, what not to do, who to believe, what not to believe. Because that's your decision. You make your own decisions about who you want to believe. So that's basically what it is. So that is a big issue because we talk about, once again, discrimination, prejudice. And that has to be done with culture. So for some people, you know, sending your parents to the nursing home is not okay. It's not. They sacrifice the members of the family to take care of the elderly or the sick. They kind of quit their jobs to do so. Well, Americans in other cultures probably they don't do that. They send them to nursing homes. That's why we have nursing homes. They pay someone else to take care of the loved ones. Some of them, they don't want anybody else by family. And we have to accept that. That's how it goes. Family members live in their house after they get married. They bring the wife or the husband, and all family lives in the same house. So if you have 10 kids, all of them get married, all of them are going to come live in your home. Well, that doesn't kind of resonate with us, right? It doesn't resonate with us, but for them, that's how they live their lives. That's their culture. So the kids never leave home. Here, you're not even reaching 18. You want your kids to be gone. That's their culture. And we have to respect that. Have to accept it. Communicating with those from other cultures, I already told you. We're always going to be empathetic. Treat them as you would wish to be treated. That's empathy without judging people. Nothing at all. Not because of their culture, not because of the sexual orientation, not because of the language barrier. See, I put myself in that situation. When I came to this country, I didn't speak English. Probably there's some people who were laughing when I was talking. Now they still laugh. I don't care. I told you already. I just don't care. I don't care about anything, about anyone saying or doing anything. Just physically, don't physically attack me, because that's a different issue. But because whatever your opinions are, whatever your words come out from your mouth, don't hurt me. They definitely, they don't hurt me. I'm different from a lot of things, so I don't take these things personal. In my family, almost all of us are almost the same. We grew up in the same family, you know, and we learned the same values. And nobody's perfect, of course. We're not perfect, not better than anyone, but you know, we were, you know, raised in that way that we shouldn't be, you know, worry about what other people think about us. We worry about family, how to help them, and how to, you know, do the best that we can. But if that goes beyond our power, that's it. You just have to ignore it. I just say that overcome language barrier. Just think about this. If you go to my country and you do not speak Portuguese or you do not speak Spanish, I shouldn't be laughing at you. I shouldn't be believing you, because why should I do that? But people do that. Or just because you're a different color, just because you're a different size, because you're older, you're young. No, nothing like that. So that's basically what it's telling you. Our patients come to our office and we have to treat them just the way that we would like to be treated, period. Remember, that's called empathy. We have to have lots of patience. It's patience, something that usually we don't have. We think that we do. But if someone asks you the same question 2, 3 times, you're already getting irritated. You're already getting an attitude. Because we are not patient. We don't have that. And it's not just with the patient, it's with anyone. See, we don't tolerate to each other. I sometimes, when I take the train and it's very crowded, I hear people talking, arguing, pushing people around. They are the ones that are pushing, and then they complain about the other ones. You see, they are violating your personal space, but we know this is public transportation. Still, they want to have their own way. So they scream at you, and this is not a medical field, right? So they scream back. Now they call you names because you look like this, you are from this place, or you do not speak their language. So they call you all the possible things that they can call you. That's not having tolerance. That's not having patience. How are you going to communicate with someone that you're arguing with? Remember, we go back to the angry patient. Not going to go anywhere. Now, in the medical field, when you do not speak the language, usually we encourage you to bring someone. Now, to be honest with you, that's not the best thing to do. It's the last resort. Because having someone as translator from the family sometimes is not going to bring good outcomes. Let me explain you how that works. So let's say that you bring your son and you don't have anybody else because your son is the only one that can help you out after school. He's a minor, number one, and it's going to be translating. So for this minor, some of the things he's not familiar what the doctor is asking. He doesn't know these terms. He doesn't have all the experience needed to paraphrase. So whenever the doctor asks you something and he doesn't understand it, he just change the whole conversation, if you will. That is one of the issues. So it's not going to be translating. It's not going to be asking the member of the family what the doctor actually asked them. And you're going to be giving a wrong information to the doctor. So that's one of the things. Another thing is that if you are having some sensitive issues related with your reproductive system, sexually transmitted diseases, alcohol or drug abuse, are you going to tell the member of your family, oh, tell them that I probably have this, or that I'm doing this? You're not going to do it. So you are going to change that. See? That's the reason why sometimes we do not. Well, it's not that we do not allow. We rather not to have a member of the family translating because of these issues. So we want someone who is not part of your family. Because remember, sometimes you, as the family member, don't want to release some private, sensitive information. Oh, I'm here because I have a vaginal bleeding and probably I'm having a miscarriage, but it turns out that that miscarriage is not, that pregnancy was not something related to the person that you're living with, but to someone else. You're not going to reveal that, are you? You're having a sexually transmitted disease. Oh, who passed you that? Oh, seriously? You have gonorrhea, chlamydia, syphilis, probably HIV. And you said, oh, well, do you want to ventilate that? You don't, particularly to a member. You don't want to do it to anyone, much less to a family member. So that is the reason why sometimes I do not recommend to have a member of the family to be translated. If it is something that it is, simple, not sensitive, that is okay. It's the last resort once again. In emergency situations, a family member is crucial because an stranger is not going to be able to know anything about the person that is going through an emergency, meaning in a life-death situation. We need anyone who knows something about the patient so can kind of lead us to know something that, the patient has. Because we need to know as much as possible about the patient's health history. And a family member probably knows something versus an stranger. So in that situation, it will be convenient. Now, once again, remember, we need to be aware of nonverbal communication, particularly other cultures. Remember that some cultures, when you are talking to them, they kind of lean forward the head and they don't look at you. So don't make the mistake to tell them, hey, I'm talking to you, you should be looking at me. Because that is not what the culture is all about. Remember, they are giving you respect. They are not allowing you to talk. You're talking to me, so I'm allowing you to talk by bending my head or just leaning forward. So that's basically what it is. So you need to understand a lot of stuff. Some patients, you ask them to sit, to take a seat, and they don't sit until the other person sits. Other people don't shake hands, remember. That's why, good thing in medical, we don't need to be shaking hands. We don't need to be hugging. We don't need to be kissing, none of those things. Because of these cultural differences. Because some people take it in a good way, some others, they don't. So who do you know? You don't know all the culture. I don't. I try to learn as much as I can, but no. So to avoid any inconvenience, any little, mischiefs, if you will, I try not to. Just simple. Just greet them, be cordial, be polite, be professional, be empathetic, have patience. That's it. Moving on. Then you can get as much information as you could with these patients. Remember, just seeing the patient, holding or kind of grasping their belly or the head. We know already whether they are sad, whether they are tired, whether they have pain. even though if they don't speak the language. So these are the signs that you have to look for. So we have to keep eye contact because we are the professionals. We don't expect them to do the same, because if I'm very sad, emotionally disturbed, probably I'm not gonna be looking at you. Probably I'm trying to avoid to cry, or maybe I'm crying. So that's basically what it is. Non-English speaking patients, well, we have that. We say this so many times. Because in this country, that is a barrier of communication. Now, by law, pay attention to this, by law, the medical facility must provide an interpreter. Doesn't have to be a physical one. But we have a, hotline. Every office, hospitals do have it, definitely, because you have to pay for those services. So we have a hotline only for translators from all the places in the world. I have used it for patients who do not speak English, do not speak Spanish, do not speak Portuguese, because those are the languages that I speak. So if I have someone else who speak a language that I don't speak, like Mandarin, like Urdu, Punjabi, Chinese, Russian, not at all. I heard about the language, but I know people that speak it, but I don't. But I need to get information from my patient, so I need to get a source. And if the patient doesn't bring someone with them, because not all the time you have someone who's willing or available to be translating. So that's basically what it is. So we look for someone in the workplace. We know we have a directory of who speaks which languages. And even though if they are not translators, they are not hired as translators, because we don't have those, we can still use their services. I was called to translate in Spanish. In Portuguese, I don't recall the first time somebody called me for that, because we don't have many Portuguese people here. That's what I learned Spanish more. So if you are bilingual, believe me, your skills as, your second language or 10th language, whatever other language that you speak, are going to be very useful, and they're going to be calling you to translate. That is for sure. I was called most of the time. I was called as a medical doctor, not to see the patient, but to translate for another doctor. I didn't take it personal. Oh my God, what do you mean translating? I'm a doctor. How should I be translating? Well, I might as well take over the patient. No, that's not how it works. Sometimes it was the surgical doctor. It was the gynecologist doctor, the obstetric Okay, so I'm not gonna excuse myself again. Oh my goodness, it happens again. I totally forgot. After, the break, I was supposed to plug my computer, but didn't do it. My fault. Anyways, we're gonna continue with this. Oh, wait a minute, what is the chapter? Here is the chapters. And here is the PRS. Okay. Interpersonal. Well, you already knew what was going on. Okay. Okay, so let's continue with this interpersonal skills. Remember, personal behavior, various communication, anger, non-English speaking. So we were talking about these non-English speakers. Let's see if sensitive. Okay. So once again, I was talking about, me being translating for doctors and listen, if I can assist in anything, still I'm getting paid the same. So what should I complain? And besides, I'm helping someone who really need it. I put myself on that person's situation. Remember, you're always going to bring yourself to that level. I'm assisting someone. I'm not less. No, at the contrary, I was very proud because I have skills that other people didn't have. That was Spanish. So I felt very proud. So I did it. So once again, the most important thing is to have a translator. Last resort, pay attention to this last resort with this, which is bring a family member. Because you're going to have a question for your national exam. And it's going to be related to, a non-English speaking patient, and they're going to give you options. Who will be the best fit to be the translator? So most people goes like automatically, oh, a family member. No, remember, family member will not be the best option. So we will have, you say it right there, a translator or a professional interpreter. That is the best choice. Family member, you will use it for an emergency situation because that's another one. When the patient is in an emergency situation, what will be the choices to get someone there? A family member, because a translator doesn't know anything about the family member. A family member knows what's going on, at least have an idea. I mean, you know me, I know you. But a stranger is not going to have no idea. And in emergency situations, a lot of things change. Remember, in emergency situations, all these policies, all these regulations, they do not apply, all of them, including privacy. Because if you're in the waiting area, I'm sorry, well, yes, where they bring all the patients at the same time and they are in critical conditions, they are next to each other. So I'm hearing what you're asking, I'm hearing what you're talking to the other doctors, to the nurses about the patient. So certain things do not apply. Emergencies are a exception to the rule for a lot of things. See, if I call into your office asking for my wife, my son, my mother, my sisters, my siblings, whoever, asking if they are there, you're not supposed to be telling me. You should tell me, I'm sorry, I'm not authorized to give you any information. But if you call the emergency, they will give you the information because they want a family member to come over and give us more information. We need to know who the person is. See, in an emergency situation, certain rules, certain policies do not apply. In an emergency situation, we don't need your consent. We just take you in and we start working on you because we're going to save your life. Whereas if you're in a clinic, oh no, you're going to do a procedure. Oh no, you got to sign a release of information or a consent form. In an emergency situation, no, you don't have to sign anything. Just put you in, try to save you, and then we tell you what we did. And any person who calls on your behalf, we don't tell them what's going on because we want more information about the patient. We want someone to come and see the patient. See? It's not cultural, it's policies. But when it comes to English, we want a family member. If it is an English barrier, remember. So now if we are in a hospital, remember that we probably have people who speak different languages. We can use that. Otherwise, we have a hotline. Remember, every single department has a line that is called the hotline, and that is to call for translators. It's connected to different countries. And there are people who are volunteers or someone who's getting paid to answer the phone calls when it's required. This is like the Uber drivers. See, somebody contacted them and says, hey, pick a passenger in this particular place. Or the Uber Eats, go to the restaurant, pick up this and bring it to this place. So that's exactly what's going on. They contact the clients and they, respond because these phone calls are, related to you because you speak the language. It's not that we're going to call an agency that says, hey, do you have a Mandarin speaker available over there? Do you have a Chinese? Do you have Urdu, Hebrew, or Portuguese speakers? No. These lines are directed directly to them. Because they have the contacts over there. So that's basically, it's a relaying center. So that's basically how it is. So very important though. Sensitivity to all patients. Well, what it's trying to tell you is that we have to be very sensitive regardless, because we have to base our knowledge on culture differences. See, some people do not mind that you see them almost naked. Some other people, it can be seen by a male that is, treating a female. You should not see me naked. You should not treat anything that it has to be exposing my body. See, we have to take in consideration all that. Now, I'm not talking about emergency in this particular situation. No, I'm talking about in general. You're going to have patients who's, going through, or they're going to do a pap smear. And you are a male assistant, or you are a doctor who's going to do the particular procedure. Well, the patient refuses and says no. And they request for a female. And it should be granted. That's the way it works. You might have you as a medical assistant working with the patient and the patient requests that they have a male patient, particularly when they're doing the, reproductive system examination. That can happen. You should understand that if you are the medical assistant assisting the doctor for this procedure, it doesn't matter what the doctor says because the doctor doesn't control the rights of the patient. Oh, you're the only assistant that I have. Well, then I'm not doing the procedure. I'm not letting you do the procedure because they don't want someone in there. It's not personal. It's the way that they feel. That's their culture. That's exactly what they want. Don't assume that your patient knows what they're going to go through. Explain them the procedure. For those who have procedures done with me before, like EKG and phlebotomy, remember, you have to explain the patient. You have to introduce yourself. They need to know who they're dealing with. Who is it that's going to do the procedure? What procedure is it? What entails the procedure? I might not want you to do the procedure at all. And remember, we cannot tell the patient by no means, hey, the doctor ordered this and I'm going to do it. Like, I don't care what you're thinking. I don't care whether you like it or not, but I'm going to do it. No, it doesn't work that way. The doctor orders something, you tell the patient that the doctor orders a procedure and what the procedure consists of. And if the patient says, I don't want to do it, that's it. The game is over. You're going to try to explain to the patient how important it is, because that's another question. When the patient refuses to do a procedure, what would you do? There are two things that you're going to do. One, you're going to tell the patient that this is very important for them because the doctor is going to use those results of that particular test to diagnose or to find the correct or appropriate treatment for them. If that doesn't change their mind, then you're going to move to the second step. You are going to excuse yourself and you're going to talk to the doctor. Excuse me, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, I'm just going to step aside for a second, okay? And then, oh no, you're going to do it. Otherwise, you know what? I'm stepping right now. I'm going to call the doctor. That's called assault. And if you do it without the patient permission, that's called battery and assault. So you can excuse yourself in a very pleasant way. Sure, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, I understand what you're telling me. Let me step aside for a second. And you go tell the doctor, doctor, Mr. and Mrs. Smith in the room, you ordered an EKG, blood, or something else, but the patient refuses to do it. I've explained already to the patient how important it is for you to get these results for his or her treatment, but they still refuse. What do you want me to do? The doctor is going to make a decision. It's going to do two things also. It's going to step out from the room and go with you and talk to the patient. And believe me, patient is going to do exactly what he or she didn't want to do. They're going to accept, they're going to follow, because when they see the doctor, they're going to change their minds. But the doctor is going to come very professional because this is very sensitive. For some reasons, they don't want it, and we have to respect that. So the doctor is going to step into the patient's room or the exam room and it's going to say, hi, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I definitely want you to do this test. See, I'm waiting for these results because I'm going to change this medication. I want to order this procedure, but without it, I don't think that I can do it. And the condition can worsen. Think about it. Let me know. And if the patient refuses, the doctor is going to tell you, okay, not a problem. Please sign this document. This is a waiver. This is a refusal paper. So you're not making me responsible if something happens to you. Well, believe me, the patient is going to do it right there. You do not, by no means, just let the patient go. Oh, you don't want to do the procedure? That's fine. Good night. See you later. No, that's not how you address things, because the doctor is expecting these results and you didn't do it. And the doctor doesn't know. And the doctor is going to find it out 1 or 2 weeks later when the results are supposed to be delivered to the office. Now they're going to ask you, what happened to the patient's blood? I said, oh, they're going to call the lab. Oh, no, they don't have any result because I never draw the blood. What do you mean? I never did the EKG. What do you mean? You're in trouble. So remember, things has to be, that's communication. You have to do the things the right way. You have to protect you, your job, and your patient, your facility. Because remember, this is called malpractice. Now it's called malpractice. The patient didn't want to do something, that's fine. They have all the rights. But you didn't do what you were supposed to do. You failed to do something that you were supposed to do. That's malpractice. That's negligence. And if something happens to the patient, everybody in that office is going to lose. So that's basically what it is. Always put yourself on the patient's shoes. Remember, be empathetic. Explain the steps of the procedures. Remember that I told you that. You're not explaining them just to put them at ease, but you're explaining them to get the consent, meaning, hey, I'm going to be doing this, the doctor ordered this. Yes, no is going to be the answer from the patient. And then you move on. You have to explain them. Once again, I mentioned it already. Don't assume that the patient knows what he or she is going to receive. What is the procedure all about? But the good thing is, like, you're making them participant. It's not like I'm coming here to your place and you immediately start doing things without telling me anything. No, I'm not a piece of furniture. You have to talk to me. You have to tell me what are you going to do. Even though if I know that blood is going to be drawn from me, you still have to tell me because you have to ask me permission. It's not, oh, hi, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Do you allow me to draw your blood? That's not how it works. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. My name is Roberto. I'm the medical assistant. So the doctor ordered this particular procedure. And this procedure consists of this. So now the patient stays there. They agree. If the patient don't agree, they're going to tell you, no, I don't want it. I don't want to do it this time. I'm going to come next time. Now you follow the steps that we mentioned already. And when you do this, you have to do it with care, not in an authoritarian way. Oh, you got to do it. You got to do it. Oh, I'm going to do. That doesn't work that way. Remember, nobody likes to be told what to do. We're working together. So you tell me that you're going to draw blood. If I'm agree with you, fine. If it's not, what are you getting an attitude? There's no problem. Listen, this is less work for you. That's how I see it. I do all the pertaining steps. If the patient doesn't want it, then I explain the importance. I go tell the doctor, and the doctor comes over and the patient doesn't want it. That doctor is going to say, okay, we're going to do it next time. If it's not important, if it is important, okay, sign me this paper. That's how it is. Well, I'm going to get aggravated right there. I'm going to be stressed out. The patient is going to go on and I'm going to stay there with the anger and, all pissed off. And then I'm going to start getting angry on my patient, on my other coworkers and other patients. Oh, you spoiled my day. Now I'm not feeling okay. We'll go through all that. There's no need. So again, Every single time that we do something with our patients, we have to do it because we mean it, because we feel it, because we're at work. And, we have to respect that. We have to be professionals. There is something here too that it is important, just like we talk about the defense mechanisms. Let's talk about these needs that every single human goes through it. So this is called the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. This is very related to the levels of the stages of grief, very related or similar to, there are things that's going to happen eventually, and we need to be familiar with. And all these people that not many people we haven't spoken about many, Elizabeth Kluver, which was, psychologist, Maslow's, Abraham, that was a psychologist too. This is people who deals with emotional, psychological aspects of the human's development, how they behave. So psychologists have to deal mostly with the human's behavior. Why are you acting that way? And they call it different things, so we can differentiate them. So every single human being goes through most of these stages because there is needs. Remember, these are not wants. These are needs. It's not what I want. It's the needs. So we have 5 levels of these Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The same as when we have, remember, the levels of grief. Here we have 5 levels, and they are categorized and placed in a pyramid in order to be escalated every single time moving to the next level. This is like living in a building apartment. This is the first level, this is the second level, third level, fourth level, fifth level. So that's basically how it is. These are basic needs that every single human goes through it. Or at least the last ones, they try to accomplish them. They try to reach them. Remember, sometimes, we need something desperately. You need a phone, a cellular phone, because you need to communicate with people. But if you don't have the means to buy it, but these are needs. But there are more basic needs than that. So let's talk about these Maslow's hierarchy of needs. First one, physical needs. So what are those physical needs? Food. From the moment of birth, even before, we were nurtured by our mothers when we were in the womb. So food has to reach us in order for us to develop, to grow, to survive, not just oxygen. We need nutrients. So the nutrients of the mother was passed on to us. We need the rest. We need to rest. Who doesn't? That's why we sleep. That's why we take a nap. We need water. We cannot live without water. Air. Well, think about it. Air contains oxygen, and we need oxygen in order for us to survive. These are physical. Without them, without food, without resting, can you imagine someone working, not sleeping? for how long you're gonna last. Sex, that's another thing. It's a need, how we are gonna reproduce ourselves. Without that, well, the humans will be gone. So once again, we're talking about humans. We're not talking about animals. We're not talking about any of those. Level 2, safety needs. We're going to discuss a little more in details this. What type of safety? Well, I need safety in order for me to survive. I need safety. I need a job, which I can pay my own bills, so I don't have to sleep on the streets. I need to be protected. We need to have police. We need to have all these army, these military forces that protects us. You need a system that protects me. So lots of things that we need. We cannot survive without those, or I cannot accomplish the things that I want if these needs, basic needs, are not there. See, for the moment of inception, the moment that the mother gets pregnant, they give us safety. They protect us. And when we are, after childbirth, the mother is there, the family is there protecting you. They don't want anything bad to happen to you. They're always, around you. They don't want you to get harmed. They don't want nobody to harm you. So that will be some of them. Number 3, social needs. Sense of belonging, interaction with others. See, this social thing is very important for us to develop as human beings. Can you imagine after you've been born and somebody puts you in a cage or in an isolated place when you don't have contact with other human beings? That would be horrible, huh? We need interaction. We need to develop some skills. And the only way to develop them is having other people around. Level number 4, self-esteem needs, feeling good about ourselves. We're going to reach an age, because as a little kids, usually we don't worry about much self-esteem. It's after all these hormonal changes that we start caring about ourselves physically. You want to look good. You want to be accepted. See, that's important for us. Oh, I have this little pimple right here. Oh, no, I don't want to have it. Oh, this nose doesn't look like nice. Oh, no, I'm going to see if I can fix it. Or let's put some makeup to do this. Or let's put a wig because I don't have hair, because I don't have the hair that I wanted. You try to please yourself, right? Because you want to feel good. You want to be accepted, because if you don't feel good yourself, you feel like you're going to be rejected by others. So a lot of social changes during that time. Number 5, self-actualization, maximize potential. That's the last part, which is reaching your goals as an adult. That's when you want to have this profession, this particular job. That's when everything kind of ends. You want to be reaching this particular goal, which is want to become a doctor, want to become a teacher, want to become a medical assistant, anything that fills you, anything that makes you feel that you accomplished something, that you're going to have your own independence. You're going to be having independence when you have a good job, a well-paid job, and most importantly, a job that you enjoy doing it. So that's the last level of the pyramid. So self-actualization, remember now, self-actualization means you reach the goal in your adulthood that you want to. Unfortunately, this is something that not everybody reaches. So even though if I want to be that, I want to be an astronaut, I want to be this profession, remember, you have to look for goals that you can accomplish, that are feasible, that are realistic, so to speak. Because other than that, you know, if you have false expectations, so anything that you accomplish, that will be maximized potential. That will be the highest level that you can reach in society and as a human being. So here is the Maslow hierarchy of needs. Start from the bottom up, remember? So here we have the first one. Psychological needs. That is also the physical needs. So we need, oh no, this is the physiologic need. I was like, wait a minute, psychological? I'm need a psychologist. This is the physiologic needs of oxygen. Remember, we need food, we need water, we need excretion. Well, we need to remove things from our body. Whatever we eat, not everything is going to stay. We're going to need shelter, need a place to live, remember, for security purposes as well. And last but not least, sexual expressions. We need to socialize. We need to kind of, you know, interact with other people, but we want to be accepted. So those are needs. Safety and security. Physical safety. Remember, I want to be safe. I want to live in a place when I can be protected. But I also want to have an emotional security. So I want to be able to, you know, socialize without being rejected. And all those things starts from, you know, the very basics, very basics. Level 3, love and belonging. Remember, you always look for someone. We have our parents when we are little kids, right? That they love us, that they please us, that they give us things, whatever we ask or whatever they are able to, you know, get us or give us, you know, we're going to get it, but they're going to protect us. They're going to give us a roof. They're going to give us food. They're going to give us care, you know, love. But also when you grow up, you know, you're a teenager, you fall in love, you relate with you know, you have friends. So you now feel like you have a place yourself, that you belong to something, to someone. You're part of this, you know, society. Self-esteem and recognition. See, you want to be recognized. You're gonna do things because you want people to say, oh, look at this person, how looks it good, how smart they are. That's important for us. Because if you don't receive this type of, compliments, if you will, if people don't value you the way you are or for who you are, then, that's going to create psychological problem. See, we have people doing very silly things, not to say otherwise, to please other people, like, starving themselves to death just to look skinny, going to these surgical procedures when they know that, they are risking their lives just because they want to be part of, society, because you're not would be accepted if you don't look this way or that way. Unfortunately. And self-actualization, which is level 5. Remember, that's the highest peak that you can reach, because it's now being a professional or, accomplishing what you wanted to accomplish. Now you're self-realized, said, I'm done, that's it. I have all the things that I wanted to accomplish. Or at least some of the things. So that's important. So try to keep this triangle like a little bit on the back of your mind, or review them before you take your national exam, because they're going to ask you the level. Let's say, for instance, they're going to say, okay, love and belonging, according to the Maslow's hierarchy needs, which level? So then you're going to say, oh, that's the 3rd level. What about the physiological needs? Or that's the 1st level. Self-esteem. Oh, that's the 4th level. So remember, this is not something that you want to memorize. This is something that you're going to review. This is something you're going to try to understand. What's the basics? Starting from the bottom up. And then you will be able to remember this. But that will be only for the test. But for you, it's important, because you're going to understand all the stages that you're going through. And you know that you've been through most of these stages. I don't know what is your self-esteem level. I don't know how you feel. I don't know if you feel accepted, not accepted. But you're going to put yourself in one of these levels, and you're going to try to accomplish as many things, as many needs as possible. Because there is only one life. We're not going to come back to do the second part of it. This is not like a movie. We have the second one, the third one. No, it is just one, and we try to live it the best way, to the fullest. Human needs, see, right here. Approval. Any questions about this Maslow's hierarchy? It's very important that you understand that. Approval. See, we're always looking for approval. Sometimes we count on other people to, to kind of give us a light on something. We generally depend on other people. So when you are not able to make your own decisions, you're always looking for approval. Is this right? Do you think that this is okay, or I could do better? Oh, I'm gonna apply for this job. Do you think that this job is good for me? We're always looking for something because it's part of the society. You tell people what are you gonna do, what are you planning to do, right? That's what we do. If we are sad, if we are in trouble, if we are this, we always try to kind of look for other people, to ask other people whether, that is okay or it's not okay. People can tell you, oh, wow, you shouldn't be suffering for that. You shouldn't be doing this. And whenever we feel like we need someone to lean on, someone to rely on, well, we tell our stories with our situations, and we follow sometimes what they tell us to do. That's basically what it is. We need approval. We need acceptance. Remember, these needs are there. We are humans. We always want someone to let us know. What should we do? What should we be heading towards? And it's not that we're telling them that, this is what we're planning to do. We are just waiting for them to say, yeah, I think that you're in the right path. I think that you should go for it. No, you shouldn't go for it. You don't do it. No, that's not convenient for you. So then you're looking for approval, isn't it? And then for acceptance at the same time, because if you don't follow, the flow, you're not going to be accepted. If you're not part of the trend, or you're left behind. Because we depend on other people, unfortunately. See, I don't follow no trends. What I want, what I need, if I have it, if I can have it, that's it. Oh, because you're dressing this, because you're buying this, because, oh, no. Sometimes you do certain things because, they are there. But I'm not gonna kill myself. I'm not gonna look for approval. Say, listen, should I get this new phone or should I buy that type of car? But you comment sometimes to people, and if that person encourages you to do that, then you kind of accept it, right? But if they don't encourage you to do it, then you're not accepted. So that's how it is. And that happens everywhere. That happens from your home, in your family nucleus. It happens at work. It happens with your social friends and all the stuff. We're always looking for approval and for acceptance. If I do what they do, then I'm going to be part of the group. I'm going to be accepted. If I don't do what they do, then I'm not going to be part of them. Remember, achievements is everything that you accomplish. And we need to accomplish that to be satisfied, right? To meet those goals. So we don't want to start something and leave it halfway. So you actually want to accomplish those. That is part of the human needs. Okay, so we talk about all these communication skills. We talk about, culture differences. We talk about these levels of grief. We talk about barriers of communication. So this is basically what is important, these defense mechanisms. And the last part that we discussed was the pyramid made by these psychologist Abraham Maslow's, that is called, the levels of the hierarchy of needs. Remember, all these changes, the way that we see things, the way that we accomplish things, and before birth, we are going through a lot of stuff, a lot of changes. The mother has a lot of changes, but being pregnant, and we are developing into a new life. And then when we are born, you go through all these changes. And when you become an adult, now you have the responsibility, the right to do or not to do certain things, because we have had to follow, rules, regulations. We have to follow our culture, beliefs. And we have to understand the people's cultures, beliefs, traditions, customs when we communicate with them. We cannot ignore any of those, because that's going to be a barrier for us to be fair, to have justice when we deal with our patients. We should not base or focus our care, our treatment, our professions based on people's cultures, people's age, sex, race, sexual orientation, mental or physical disabilities. Because that might be a member of our family, that might be us, that one day we're going to end up in that situation. We don't know what's going to happen. So we just have to have, empathy, empathy, empathy. Be empathetic all the time. Do to others what you would like to be done to you. That is basically the message of, this chapter. Because we are going to be exposed, confronted with all or some of these situations, particularly in the medical field. And our day situations. In our daily situations, we can encounter people on the train station, on the supermarket, on the streets, wherever we go. And we have to encounter them as someone who's taking care of us, someone who's going to be a customer, and so on and so forth. So we need to get all these together so we can somehow know how to respond to certain situations, because that's going to help you to understand, what's going on and how you can respond to certain situations. Remember, it's not just based to your workplace, but, the things that you, routinely do. Okay, any questions about what we have just discussed with these interpersonal skills or this effective communication with the patients, regardless, all these situations that they might go through? That's going to make us better people, better professionals. When we understand what's going on in the real world, that we are all different, well, then we should accept